Chapter 420. To be honest, I cannot handle it anymore. Riches piled up on top of the thick steel cart. Gold jewels were piled high like a tower, and the jewels shone brilliantly in the soft moonlight. Oh my, there were so many riches, so I didn't think it would all fit. There, move it to the side. There is space on the side. The ones that are easier to break go on the top. Bak Chan and the disciples of Mount Hua looked at the group of bandits bringing over their loot. Exciting. They put on solemn expressions, but their lips were itching to form a smile. At this point, who is the bandit? Even Bak Chan didn't notice his lips were rising into a smile. And stack it correctly. Ugh. Chang Yang, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged in his chair with a bottle in hand. Kuig. Wiping his lips, he looked forward and squinted his eyes. Your waist seems to be getting lower. Should I fold your back? No. The bandits were frightened and quickly lifted their backs. TCH. Whatever. The sound of alcohol being thrown down his throat could be heard. All the bandits could do was bow their heads towards the ground. If you have confidence, try using internal chi. Try it, your dantian will take a flight to God knows where. No. We will not use it. The bandits shouted with their legs wobbling. Phew. I had gotten a lot better than in the past. In the past, I would have buried them all. In the past, ha. Ah. I shouldn't be saying that. Chang Yang continuously clicked his tongue for a long time and suddenly screamed as if his body had heated up. Ah. The more I think about it, the more pissed I am. You bastard. And he rushed forward and kicked Quack Yong in the head. ACCCCK. As soon as he was hit, Quack Yong fell to the ground and Chang Yang rushed forward and grabbed the bandit's head as he clutched Quack Yong's hands to his own back. What? What did that mouth say? Sensitive life. Tough life. For the day to come when I hear the sad stories of bastards. What? You chose this since you have no options. I did wrong. Get hit if you did wrong. Chang Yang kicked him again, but Quack Yong kept returning back into the punishing position. Chang Yang turned to look at the riches. Those who have a hard time making so much, ha. Well, I can never believe what you robbers say. At that time, Hong Dae Kwang ran to the bandit's side. Mount Hua's divine dragon. Yes. From what I have heard from the beggars, it seems like these people never killed anyone. It wasn't a lie. Is that so? I am sure. Chang Yang nodded and looked at him, and Quack Yong spoke like this was unfair. SC. I told. I. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. That we never killed anyone. This is unfair. Yeah. Chang Yang hit Quack Yong on his leg and knocked him down, and began to step on him. What, you bastard? What did you speak about morals? Yeah, you moron. If people say that you didn't kill, is it supposed to be fine? Even Confucius himself would break his head if he heard about you. Where the hell is there a robber who would shout out loud saying he was being treated unfairly? Quack Yong didn't even open his eyes now as he knew that another excuse was going to shorten his lifespan. You are making a living by robbing and speaking about having a tough life. And I have to earn money by working. Chang Yang was enraged. At the same time, the kicking turned more frequent, and in the end, Bak Chan had to speak up, unable to handle this. Chang Yang. He will die. Wouldn't his death do us all good? True, but... Bak Chan couldn't find a suitable answer, and he felt startled by this. And no. Yeah. Still, you cannot kill people just because they robbed others. TCH. While talking with Bak Chan, Chang Yang, who had been stomping on Quack Yong, finally stopped. And looking at the fallen man, he frowned. Look at him. He really wanted to catch all these idiots and hand them over to the officials. Now, calm down, Mount Hua's divine dragon. At that time, Hong Dae Kwang intervened. Still, they haven't killed anyone, and now it doesn't even seem like they were robbing too much, just robbers with a conscience. What? No, where in the world are such bandits? What? Now to say there's a murderer and a murderer with a conscience so the latter can have fun. Chang Yang trembled, looking at his fist, and then sighed. TCH, right, what good will beating you do? Bandits would never cease to exist. Even if this group were all wiped out here, a new group would spring up. If the new bandits were more vicious than the current ones, more people would die. Up. At the words of Chang Yang, all the bandits stood up so quickly it was more of a jump. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Now these bastards are in Shaanxi too. In the past, the glory time of Mount Hua had touched throughout the central plains, and the evil factions had gone extinct or were close to it. As a result, for the most part, bandits weren't commonly encountered. What is your name? Kwak Gyong. Giant Mountain. Giant Mountain my ass. Chang Yang growled at the title he didn't have to hear and said, Get your minds together. Ah. I am watching you. If I hear there to be a problem coming from this side, everyone here will die. I will keep that in mind. TCH. Chang Yang looked at Kwak Gyong with confused eyes. Annoying. It was irritating to leave them alone and it bothered him. Besides, the biggest problem now was the Ghost Clan. Starting now, the work they would do involved carrying goods to the rest of the world. Wasn't Mount Hua already doing this with the tea trade right now? I didn't think much. The tea trade was a straightforward thing, but the problem would be much bigger if these bandits caught the Ghost Clan members when they were delivering goods. As the value of these goods would be high, the compensation would also be high. Even if they moved swiftly, they could still be caught, and Chang Yang wasn't confident that there would be no issues with the strength of the Ghost Clan, which was lacking. If they were caught, he would have to make a journey again. Chang Yang was slightly worried and nodded his head after a moment's hesitation. Yeah. Ads by Pub Future. Yes, my great guardian. Call me Disciple. Yes, Disciple. Where should I go to meet with your leader? Ah. You are talking about our leader. Or the Green Forest King. No, these bastards don't seem to have learned their lesson. It seems like you only have big titles but no brain. What? Green Forest King? What kind of bandit bastard gets to be the king? Hong Dae Kwang, who was listening to this, smiled. You're also a dragon. Mount Hua's divine dragon. Did I add that to my name? November, L, B, J, N, N. Chang Yang shouted back. Even so, each time he heard his title, he liked it. No. I have to catch someone and get a new nickname. I am disappointed. Well, where do I go? No, the Green Forest King is not someone you can meet because you want to. Ah. What is that supposed to mean? Just as the Black Dragon King exists near the Yangtze River families, the Green Forest King exists where the Green Mountains are. The one who exists everywhere and doesn't exist anywhere is the Green Forest King. Ah. Chang Yang nodded his head. What bullshit is that? Is this how you answer? Your head doesn't seem smart, so you must have worked hard to memorize that, right? Yes, a little. Chachach. Whatever, that was pathetic. I have nothing to say. Tell that king who is doing something around here that I am looking for him. Hong Dae Kwang was the one most surprised by his words. Mount Hua's divine dragon. That man isn't someone you meet because you want to. He too is a strong man. One of the 5. Then say that if he doesn't come all his bandits will be killed. Hong Dae Kwang's face contorted. This bastard is just wired differently. No matter how much he explained, this guy had no intention of listening. Even a cow would listen, but a wall. How would a wall listen? I will definitely say it. TCH. Biba, where are you going? Why? Want to get revenge? Our revenge? Exclamation mark. Kwak Gyong jumped up. I do not have such dreams. I just wanted to know so that our Green Forest King will know where Disciple is. Ah. Is that so? At the Ghost Clan. Aha. No. No, Disciple. You insane bastard. Duan Chan, the successor to the clan, who was watching, not wanting to get caught up in this situation, rushed to Chang Yang with his best speed. This mad kid was attracting the Green Forest King, so I'd rather run than let the location of his clan be revealed. And not at the Ghost Clan. We cannot afford to have him. That bandit. No. No. I'd rather have my throat slit. You are too timid. Chang Yang clicked his tongue. Then I can do nothing. Tell him to come to the Tang family. Tang family. The Sichuan Tang family. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. Is there another Tang family besides that one? Kwak Gyong frowned. The Sichuan Tang family was a Justice faction member. It was known to be a very dangerous place and to invite the Green Forest King there. I don't know. He cannot keep up with the thoughts of this man anyway. I will tell him, but I don't know if he will listen. You just tell him. Yes. As if Chung Myung couldn't be talked to, Kwak Gyong turned to Bak Chon. Is everything packed? I put everything in, but can I really take all of this? It is fine. We have grain left, and we won't starve, so it is good. Chung Myung smiled and touched Kwak Gyong. Or should we play around more? This meeting has been fun, right? Should we meet once again on these wide central plains? That will never happen. Never. Ah, right. Now with all their treasures wrapped up in cloth, Chung Myung nodded. It is done. Well, our business here is done. Why you worked hard? Go safely. What do you mean go? Ah. Wah, no compassion ha. We will leave in the morning. Go and get the drinking table ready. Hurry. Yes. Disciple. Me too. Be safe. The bandits waved their hands looking at the cart finally leaving. But their actions and thoughts were different. Please go already, you fucking dogs. What kind of bandits get robbed by Taoists? This world has changed. Let us never meet each other. Please. The oversized cart was being thrown down the side of the mountain, and Im Sheng coughed. Kuig. Those fucking things. He pointed his finger to the air and then gritted his remaining teeth. Great Hyung. Call the kids. Yes, leader. What will you do now? What? Im Sheng's face contorted. Dirty and despicable, but since we have become bandits, should we continue to live as one? And what will we do when someone like that bastard comes along again? Im Sheng. Yes. Should I prepare? There is this place which has been looking good. We will lose. Ah. We move and everything will be done for. Im Sheng blinked his eyes, unable to understand, then Kwak Gyong sighed. They say rabbits die when they use their heads. Just take good care so that no other bandits come here and ask for only half of what they have in the future. And no. We are rabbits now. It isn't like we are being monitored anymore. Know who that beggar was? Beggar. A member of the Beggars Union. And do you have the confidence of avoiding their eyes and working? No. In the end, Kwak Gyong slumped down. We are completely screwed, man, hush it. He groaned in despair, in silence. Chapter 421. Well, arrive late and you'll die. 1. Swish. The rain was pouring down as if a hole had been pierced into the sky. Oh Jang Song, an elder of the ghost clan, looked at the gate with a worried face. Isn't it time for them to come back? Yes. It should NT take this long. Duan Chan, the now successor of the ghost clan, was a person who can be ranked among the top 10 when it came to footwork. And Gi Hyung Won, who followed him, was also pretty skilled. So he couldn't understand why it was taking such a long time for the two of them to come here. Did something happen? Watch your mouth. Do not say words that will jinx us. I am sorry. Oh Jang Song clicked his tongue. This wasn't going to happen. This should NT have happened. The Ghost Clan have finally regained stability after a long internal war, but in this situation, it was as if their clan had to fall into the abyss. You don't have to be worried. Who dares to try and catch up to his speed? Yes. That foolish disciple. Oh Jang Song had a bit of anger, but he sighed. But then a disciple came running in through the gate and shouted. Elder. H here. It looks like the young leader is returning. Oh. Oh Jang Song jumped up as he ran toward the gate. Finally. A truly amazing moment. For the young leader to return, it meant that he had brought back the clan leader's seal. If so, didn't that mean he could now officially take up the position of clan leader and begin to lead him properly? Heavens. Oh Jang Song opened the gate with a face overflowing with emotions. Young leader. Welcome. But his bright smile stiffened as his mouth closed. Ah. Doubtful, he rubbed his eyes a couple of times, making sure to blink a couple of times too. What is it? He couldn't take his eyes off the cart, which was almost breaking through the narrow mountain road. What was this? Why are people pulling the cart? Right. The disciples who came out were blankly standing there. A red-faced, shiny-headed monk was in the lead, pulling the cart. Probably because he was a monk, it seemed like he was having a hard time, and it seemed like he was shouting. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ah, no. It looked like he was chanting. Behind the monk at the forefront, men in traditional robes were struggling and screaming. A monk, Taoists, no, even a beggar. What kind of insane combination was this? What was even more embarrassing was, you want to pee? You want to pee now? Didn't you eat enough to go fast enough? Didn't you get expensive meat? Exclamation mark. Pull faster. Among them, the youngest looking one was on top of the cart, alone, shouting at the others. This was something they couldn't understand. Why, young leader? Stunned, their gazes moved to Duan Chan. Seeing him trudge beside the cart, Oh Jangsong, startled, ran to him. My young leader. ACKKKKK. Damn it. Oh Jangsong flinched at the screams that were coming from the side. Drenched in rain, they were advancing with steam coming off of their bodies. And looking at their breath, it felt as if their bodies were already at their limit. Did they come from hell? No. There was a monk and some Taoists. Ads by Pub Future. Young leader, what the hell is this? Let's head in and talk, elder. Yes, yes. N-O, vel, B, in.c, om. Keek. Keek. The rain-soaked cart was making a creaking sound as they entered the gate. And plop. As soon as they entered the gates of the clan, the people pulling the cart let go of the handle and fell down. Damn it. That fucking devil. What kind of martial clan is like this? Bak Chon was wide-eyed and let out a groan. Duan Chan flinched at this and shook his head. I am sorry. The ghost clan is a place that doesn't want to be seen by the outside world. Ugh. Bak Chon, who was on the ground, didn't say anything. Watching them groan in the wet rain felt horrible. TCH. Everyone is so weak. That bastard. Kill him. I will, really. Amidst the rain of shouts, Chang Yang jumped off the cart and brought a bottle to his lips. After drinking it, he made a happy sound and wiped his mouth with his sleeves. How long have we been here? It hasn't been long, and you people are resting here. Bak Chon stretched out and looked to the sky, unable to even speak any words. He is insane, he has to be. They had traveled thousands of miles from Shaanxi, all on foot. If they were ordinary people, it would have taken their entire lives to make this journey. Since they had also been dragging the cart, no matter how well trained their bodies were, there was no way they could withstand this strain. Moreover, I can see why people don't make carts out of iron. Carts were basically animals that needed to be fed oil and managed correctly. However, everyone who accompanied them on the road knew how to fight, but with everyday chores, they seemed to be rather incompetent. So they couldn't help but forcibly pull the cart as it began to turn stiff and dull. Sehyang. I might die. I am already dead. I want to kill. Even Yu Yisel was gritting her teeth, looking at Chang Yang. But the guy just continued to drink and relax his body. TCH. Such weak bones, which is why you cannot use them properly. Bones. Yours must be pretty strong, ah. Let us check how long you. Pung. ACKKK. Bak Chon, who jumped at Chang Yang, was kicked away and flew to a corner. That man is quite stubborn. Or foolish. They wondered how he could be this sturdy, picking a fight right after an entire day's journey. Young leader. Yes, disciple. Still, it seems like you had a hard time with the kids. No, let my Sehyang Sates wash up. I will tell him to prepare hot water right away. Thank you. Dan Chan spoke to Oh Jangsong. Please prepare warm water and meals. Right now. Ah, I understand, young leader. And after a pause, the elder, who thought his young leader had brought back some strained people, moved to complete the assigned tasks. Ha. Hoo. Yoon Jong and Jo Gul were groaning pretty loudly as they soaked themselves in the hot bath. This is nice. I think I will live a little longer. Jo Gul, who stepped out of the bathtub, frowned. His feet were swollen, and his skin was peeling off. Ads by Pub Future. Really this time, I thought I was dying for real. Ugh. I thought I was going to see hell this time. In the end, they realized that the important thing wasn't the kind of training but the intensity. That is why Chang Yang is a madman. They thought that he would make warriors by simply making people pull carts. Hua. At that time, Bak Chon, who was soaking in the hot water, rose up. Splash. and he tilted his head, pushing his wet hair back. Seeing that, Jogul hesitated, not saying anything. What is it? Seeing Bak Chon, with his long hair hanging down, and He Yun's bald head, it felt so strange. Bak Chon smiled and looked at He Yun. Ha ha. He Yun monk. You cannot sleep here. You will die. He grabbed He Yun's head, which was slowly sinking under the water. How can he hold a monk by their head? Seriously tactless. He Yun was dragged out of the bath like an octopus, and his head was shaken a couple of times before he opened his mouth. Does Mount Hua always train like this? Ah. This is normal. Honestly, this time, we were in a hurry. Wasn't our training much more difficult than when we were in Yunnan? Hey, Sasok, we have to take into account that we are stronger now. Ah, right. Hearing that, He Yun shook his head. I was wondering how Mount Hua became this strong. He had seen him practice in Xi'an a few times and felt rather fresh. It would be weird if people didn't get strong after being rolled on the ground like this. If they didn't get stronger, they would die like this. He Yun looked at Yun Jong, whose muscles were looking as hard as an iron plate. It is embarrassing. Yun Jong thoroughly looked as if he was someone who preferred close-range combat. Wasn't it a matter of thinking about how to train his body? However, even Yun Jong, who seemed to be the thinnest on Mount Hua, had a better body than He Yun. It was embarrassing to think that he had thought himself to be the strongest person at one point. But where is disciple Chang Myung? He washed up earlier. Why so fast? Zhou Gul shrugged. We get to rest now, but this is the start for Chang Myung. Ah. Yun Jong pouted. That bastard is going to make people speechless. I can agree with that. All the Mount Hua disciples nodded. It was difficult to pull a cart made of iron. Needless to say, it was made much more difficult when the person on top of the cart kept adding weight to it each time they stopped. But no matter how hard it was, after a certain point, it couldn't get any more difficult. Even so, it is straight to work, said Bak Chon. So insane, right? All eyes turned to the bathroom door. Such a long way off, mumbled Bak Chon, vocalizing all of their feelings. What do you mean? Like transportation? You are saying you want to use our disciples as an escort service? Yes. Young leader. As Oh Jang Song's voice began to grow, Chang Myung, who was seated, shook his bottle. Now, do not get too angry. At that, Oh Jang Song turned to Chang Myung. Why are you sitting here? It looks like you are the youngest of the Mount Hua disciples. Ah, I. Elder O. At that moment, Dan Chan turned and reached for Oh Jang Song's shoulder. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Yes. Be careful of what you say. If you don't want to die. Of course, the second part was said silently, but his gaze said enough. What? A threat? No, not a threat, but a warning. Oh Jang Song turned back to Chang Myung. Does that mean this young disciple is that dangerous? This was something he couldn't understand, and Chang Myung smiled as he said, I might be young, but do not worry, I have been entrusted with full authority by my sect leader. Every word I say will be what Mount Hua wants. How do I believe? Ah, seriously. I came with your young leader. Can you not believe him? Oh Jang Song looked at Duan Chan and Chang Myung. Sighing, he said, it isn't that. Then good, well. When Chang Myung shrugged, Oh Jang Song closed his mouth like he wasn't going to say much. Young leader. I understand, disciple. Duan Chan nodded and began to speak of what had happened. Even after everything was done, the elder silently watched Duan Chan. I understand what you mean. At first glance, it seems reasonable. I understand why you led them here too. Oh. Chang Myung liked this man. He thought it wouldn't work, but he was actually listening. But, young leader, I have one thing on my mind. It is only natural that the clan's finances are considered important, but a clan that only cares about that doesn't rise much. That is true. If the disciples are going to waste time carrying things, the amount of time they spend training will be reduced. The time wasted is never going to come back. After we have saved enough money, we will have missed the opportunity to grow their skills. Duan Chan, who heard this, nodded. Chang Myung didn't much like this thinking. Why did his 2 ears listen to everything? Those words were right, but so were his 3. If you are a leader, be decisive. It was clear what would happen to the clan if this man was made the clan leader. Well, if he was someone with skill and a goal, then he wouldn't have struggled so long in the internal wars of their clan. TCH. Chang Myung, who clicked his tongue, looked at the two. It felt like he had to end this. So elder means. You're worried their training will not go well? Yes. If only that is resolved, there would be no more problems. Who doesn't like money? As long as they can train properly, I have no reason to stop it. But will the two ever coexist? Hey, why can't that happen? Ah, isn't it just a matter of proving so? Ah. Oh Jang Song tilted his head while Chang Yang smiled. Hee hee. Do not worry. I will show it to you. Duan Chan's heart sank at the evil smile he just witnessed. This was a mistake. He closed his eyes and mumbled. Elder, you made a huge mistake. It looked like the future of the Ghost Clan was already clearly visible to his eyes. TL, N, author changed it to Hyung. Ed, N, Duan Chan. Ed, N, Chang Yang. Chapter 422, well, arrive late and you'll die, too. Elder, what is all this? Do not cross the line. As soon as morning came, the disciples of the Ghost Clan gathered, and they threw bewildered looks at Oh Jang Song. A race? Why? Are you not feeling confident? No, I am confused. Who are we? We are disciples of the Ghost Clan, right? Oh Jang Song nodded his head at their spirit, which was high even though it was only early morning. Right, the footwork we know, the Ghost Clan's footwork, is second to none in this world. Yes, but this is a race. What kind of nonsense is this? In response to the dissatisfaction of his disciples, Oh Jang Song waved his hand. There is nothing to say. Just defeat them. Then, he turned his head and turned to the disciples of Mount Hua on the other side. Cheeky. He bit his lip. Right, why did this have to happen? Is this to prove what you are claiming? Oh Jang Song frowned, looking at Chang Yang. Yes, proof. You want to prove that training and work can happen at the same time? Yes. As I said. Oh Jang Song frowned and raised his voice. Look. You're surely not saying lifting things and carrying heavy weights at the same time, right? Are you calling this some natural training? Exclamation mark. You got it right. Ha. Oh Jang Song looked at Chang Yang with a distasteful face. Look here, disciple. Training has meaning when the proper methods and the appropriate guidance are harmonized. No matter how much you perform laborious tasks, you cannot call it training. No. Chang Yang smiled. It is just a way for teaching to happen. What matters is the goals and passion pushing them to their limit. Ha. Oh Jang Song looked at Chang Yang like this was absurd. No, what the hell does this disciple even? Elder O. Refrain from referring to him like that. This disciple's name is Chang Yang, Mount Hua's divine dragon, who is said to be the one to be the best. And that title doesn't even address the type of character he had. Mount Hua's divine dragon. At Duan Chan's words, Oh Jang Song looked at Chang Yang. This young disciple, who didn't exude the spirit of a Taoist, was Mount Hua's divine dragon. Ahum, I see. However, now knowing the title and position of the other person, he couldn't treat him badly. So he spoke with a softer tone. But even if you are Mount Hua's divine dragon, I will not agree to this. Especially when it comes to the techniques of our Ghost Clan, we don't need to seek any advice from other sects in the world. That is a problem. The world is constantly changing. Just because you made a name for yourself 100 years ago doesn't mean things will return back to how they once were. What did you? So. Thud. Chang Yang lightly touched the table with his palm. This is Kango business, but wouldn't it be useless to argue about that now? There is only one way to prove who is right on these planes. At his words, Oh Jang Song's eyes lit up. Are you sure you want to compete against our godly technique? Yes. Chang Yang smiled confidently. That is the fastest way. Hee hee. Why do we? Chang Yang looked at him and firmly stated. Ads by Pub Future. If we lose, I will return the seal of your clan and leave your clan alone. Instead, if we win, Elder will cooperate with what the young leader is trying to do. Oh Jang Song agonized over it for a second, but he didn't need long. You seem worried. What? He opened his eyes and glared at Chang Yang. What did you just say? Chang Yang clasped his hands and said. I said nothing. This. No. It's just that the person who calls the Ghost Clan's disciples the fastest in the world doesn't have any confidence. Hee hee hee. Oh Jang Song laughed, flustered, and then smiled with a displeased face. I was thinking of a good way to let this go for the sake of Mount Hua's face, but you, disciple, are really making it hard. Oh. So we are on. The Ghost Clan doesn't shy away from challenges. So how do you want to settle it? When he finally heard what he wanted to hear, Chang Yang smiled and said. What method? It would certainly be nice to take down Elder, but this is a test of skill, so it would be better to let my Sehyungs and your disciples of the Ghost Clan compete with their footwork. You. Oh Jang Song's eyes went cold. There is no need for Mount Hua's divine dragon, who is called the best, to step out. Right. Doesn't that make it better? It seems like our clan is being underestimated. Fine. I accept your challenge, but instead. Ojang Song banged onto the table and said, "If you lose, please return the clan leader's seal and leave. If Mount Hua is a sect that follows its words, you won't change your mind. I am someone who sticks to their promises." Chang Yang, who was good at lying to the disciples of Mount Hua, was the one saying this. "I feel a bit like I am getting what I needed." "Ah. It is nothing." Ojang Song shook his head. He didn't care anymore. This was a challenge that was advantageous for them. "Axo." "Yes, Elder." Ojang Song looked at the disciple in front of him. "This match is a matter of honor. You have to win this. Do not worry, Elder." Axo, who answered confidently, looked toward the disciples of Mount Hua, who were in the corner of the training hall. Seeing that they weren't the least bit nervous made him angry. Is this a well-doing sect? Of course, the Ghost Clan could not be compared with Mount Hua. Besides, wasn't it barely an exaggeration to say that Mount Hua was the most famous sect right now? Ignoring people because of that. It was then. "Why us, you bastard? You run. You. Why do we have to deal with what you did? I don't want to. Amitabha. Please go and die." Axo flinched at the words and curses that were coming from Mount Hua's disciples. What? They were all yelling at one person. Chang Yang. Bak Chan opened his mouth with a shocked face. "Didn't we come to this place to conduct business properly?" "Right. Then why are you headed for the opposite side?" Exclamation mark. "Why?" Exclamation mark. "Ah, because words won't work." Bak Chan touched his chest. "You must have done something. You." "I can sympathize." It seemed like their opinion of him wasn't good, but Chang Yang didn't care. Ads by Pub Future. "I tried to solve it in a good way. But that old man said that they don't need to listen to Mount Hua because their footwork is superior to ours." "What?" Bak Chion's face stiffened as he looked shocked. Chang Yang had just scratched his pride. "Can you handle hearing that?" "But you would have been the first to do it." "Ah." Bak Chan looked at Chang Yang. "Can we continue being calm? We should scratch them, even a little." The others didn't believe the words of Chang Yang. He looks like a nice person, but see him now. The moment he opens his mouth, lies spread. Where are people this obvious? He'd rather trust our opponents than him. Chang Yang just had a grim face at the protests coming from behind him. "I am telling the truth. Why are you not?" "Don't bother. Hit him." He had to convince them, but there was no way to prove it. Whatever. At that time, Bak Chan scratched his head as if he were going insane and looked at the disciples of the Ghost Clan. As he could see, the other side seemed motivated. He let out a deep sigh and said, "I am sure this bastard did something, but even so, it is the honor of Mount Hua that is at stake here." "Then you do it. Why should we be pulled in?" "My words exactly." And Bak Chan turned to Chang Yang again, and he just shrugged his shoulders. "It won't work if I go out, and it isn't about who is faster now." "What now?" "It just happened that way." Chang Yang, who received their glares, pondered what went wrong with these kids. "Anyway," Bak Chan continued, "no matter how the fight started, this is when we have to win." "Right." Tang So clenched her fist. "My father said this too. Even if you made a mistake, make the other party lose. Then the mistake is covered." "No, that is going too far." Tang Lord didn't seem like it, but that man was also a whole museum exhibit. Bak Chan wiped his sweat off as he cleared his throat. "Apologizing is one thing, but a match is another. And after all, I refuse to hear that Mount Hua is below the Ghost Clan." "Yes. Same here. Let's go." Bak Chan led the disciples of Mount Hua to the center of the training ground, and in line with that, Axo and the other disciples walked over, facing Mount Hua. Axo, who stood across from Bak Chan, tilted his head several times and then said, "You look like the very sassy kind. Isn't that better than being dumb?" Axo, who got told off, gritted his teeth. "It would be nice if your legs were as flexible as your mouth. Even if they're stiff, it would be above your level." "No, this." Silence. As Axo was getting angry, Elder Ojang Song shouted loudly and walked out. "Everyone knows the situation well, so I will explain it. This method is simple and easy to win. Do you see the tree on the mountain there?" "Mountain? What mountain?" Mount Hua's disciple turned around, searching for the mountain. They were standing on one, but what new mountain was he? Soon, their eyes widened as if they would fall out. N-O-V-E-L-B-I-N.C. They could see something hazy coming from behind the fog caused by yesterday's rain. That one. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. It couldn't be seen because of the fog, but the mountain was already so far that one can see it well, even without the fog. You were speaking about that mountain, Elder. Yes. Ojang Song nodded his head, and the disciples of Mount Hua looked at each other. Are they also such people? Why? Is it difficult? If it is hard, then give up now. Unfortunately, Ojang Song didn't know how to handle the disciples of Mount Hua. Hard. On Mount Hua, we walk the distance on a daily basis. Ah. I was wondering how far we had to go because it was a race, but this is a distance I could crawl. Mount Hua's disciple looked at the distant mountain. The one who touches the tree there and arrives back here is the first to win. Who will confirm that it had been touched? Beggars Union Hong will do it. Ah. Hong Dae Kwang. No wonder he was swearing about walking right from the morning. Bak Chan felt bad for the man who got caught up in their work. Questions? None. Such simple methods didn't need questions. But the problem was, I don't feel motivated. Bak Chan sighed. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand what he was doing. And 5. Yes. He answered and looked at Zhou Gul, Yun Zhong, Yu Yisel, and Tang Soso. It won't take long. Let's do it. Yes. All of them were ready, and the disciples of the Ghost Clan were also relaxed. Chang Yang smiled brightly and cheered. Win, Mount Hua, win. Shut up. I will kill him. I mean it. Fucking horse. That moron is seriously. A moment of affection between Sehyang Sajays. Bak Chan sighed and put strength into his legs. No matter what, he had to win. Start. With the signal from Ojang Song, 10 of them jumped forward like darts. And Axo clung to Bak Chan, who managed to run straight away. Oh, you parasite. That breathing. They were running so fast, yet talking calmly. He knew his opponents were tough ones. What? Did you hear the rules? Isn't it to chop that tree down and come back? Chach. Mountain bums. Axo shrugged and put his hand on his waist. Ah. And. Pat. As soon as he pulled his hand out, something flew to the feet of Bak Chan. A long thread with small weights attached on both ends coiled itself around Bak Chan. Ah. In an instant, Bak Chan, whose legs were tied, couldn't overcome the pace of his movement and collapsed to the ground, which was wet from last night's rain. Plop. The mud stuck to all of his body. And buried face down, he didn't move for a second when Axo laughed. He never said not to fight. Come forward slowly. Ha ha ha. The laugh was barely audible as he moved away in hearing that. Clench. Bak Chion's hands clenched the mud as if he were trying to crush it together, and the dust clumped together in his hand. Slowly. He raised his head and brushed the mud off his face with one hand, and looked at Axo, who was disappearing. Before long, a voice that was colder than the North Sea came out. I will kill them all, these fucking bastards. Bak Chan, who had the desire to win this, began to run like a beast with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 423, well, arrive late and you'll die, 3. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Quick. Chang Yang quickly drank his beverage, let out a loud cheer to cleanse his palate, and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Then, looking in the direction of the disciples of Mount Hua, he grinned. Hee hee hee. He Yun looked sullenly at Chang Yang. Since he wasn't a Mount Hua disciple, he couldn't participate in this race, so he was left behind. Disciple. Ah. Wouldn't that be dangerous? What? He Yun looked in the direction where the disciples ran with a worried face. Looking at the disciples of the Ghost Clan running, it seemed like they're very skilled. Well, they are. Because they are from the Ghost Clan. In the first place, they had amazing footwork, which was why Mount Hua wanted to join hands with this clan. I need to do it. But why do we have to fight like this? Why do you think? Chang Yang glanced at the elder of the Ghost Clan, Oh Jangsong, and the young leader next to him. First, I need to tidy up. Did you say tidy up? No, it was nothing. He shrugged and took another sip of his drink. He Yun couldn't let go of his anxiety. I am too anxious. Chang Yang smiled and looked at him. You seem to be getting more and more worried these days. Was there training for nothing? Chang Yang's face was relaxed and bored. As for the disciples of Mount Hua, in the past, they hadn't been taught a proper footwork technique, but now they were learning a proper technique. Footwork is the most intuitive skill. As long as one works hard, results will follow. And as far as I know, there is no one who works harder than my Sehyungs. The one who knows that should be you. Ah. Nothing. He Yun shook his head. Actually, this is a useless concern. By now, He Yun was also aware of the extent of Mount Hua's skills. No, to be precise, of those not from Mount Hua, he was probably the most aware. From his point of view, the skills of Bak Chan and his party have already exceeded the level of a disciple. If they were taken into Shaolin, no one would be able to fight them, except for He Yun. So no matter how good the footwork of the Ghost Clan was, they could not defeat Mount Hua's disciples that easily. Come to think of it, it is an easy match. Easy match. But this time, Chang Yang smiled. I would like it if it was like that. Ah. Well, if they're late, they will die. His eyes shone as if he had found an interesting toy, and He Yun was back to having an anxious look. Ugh. Joe Gul kicked the ground hard. Each time he touched the ground, he would move forward several steps. Riding on this momentum, he sprinted forwards in an instant. Ooh-ah. Laughter burst out. I feel like I can fly with those damn metal orbs off me. What a refreshing feeling. All the way from Shaanxi to Guizhou, all the very way, he had to move with those lumps of iron around him. If they had walked there barefoot, their legs would have also hurt. But that idiot had brought in iron balls that were heavier than normal iron. And now, after removing them, his body felt so light that he couldn't control it. His confidence rose along with his speed. Let his opponent be the Ghost Clan or whatever, now he could win. Quack. There was a lot of power each time his foot rested on the ground. Surely. The force that coursed down his legs and touched the ground was different from usual, and it fully utilized his body. That bastard's training was so effective. But I hate to admit it. So no matter how, the match could be won. Oh. Pretty fast. Ads by Pub Future. In an instant, he heard a voice coming from his right side. What? Right now, he was moving forward so quickly it was as if someone had thrown him forwards. His own speed was a shock to himself, but then someone else was coming up to him with a relaxed face. He caught up with my speed. As a look of shock crossed his face, the disciple of the Ghost Clan smiled. As expected of a disciple from a prestigious sect. You don't seem to neglect your training at all. Joe Gul's eyes twitched. What is with this bastard? The feeling of being looked down on was evident in his words. And this was the same attitude the Southern Edge disciples often used during their conference. At least, it was clear that they were convinced that they were better than Mount Hua in terms of their footwork. So, Joe Gul said to him, You will receive a serious nose injury if you are this confident. Oh. The Ghost Clan disciple grinned as if this was a funny joke. Confidence is good, but I think you should know one thing. What? Do you know which path to take? Joe Gul tilted his head. What did that mean? This is the path we use for training. What did you say? Are you saying you will win because you run this path often? No, no. It isn't like that. The disciple immediately shot forward. Ah. You will know once you experience this. Joe Gul's eyes widened at their swift movement. Gul. Behind him was Yun Zhong, running fast. What are you doing? Nothing, that brat. Enough. Catch up, no. Do not lose the lead. Yes. And the two of them rushed forward, side by side. They pushed all their strength into their legs to move swifter. Ooh ha 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 ha. Ah, that. At that moment. Quang. Ah. He felt a strange sensation around his foot. And as he lowered his head, he saw the image of the ground slowly sinking. What? A trap. Shortly after, the ground beneath Joe Gul and Yoon Jong gave way, causing them to plummet. Ah. No, fuck. They thought the running with all their might was good enough, so they weren't focused enough to deal with the collapsing ground. Thud. Thud. As they were running at the same speed, the two collided with the bottom of the pit at the same time. Plop. Ugh. After falling into the water-soaked ground, the two barely came to their senses before suffocating as they poked their heads above the water. Hooah. Cough. Yoon Jong was coughing with a red face and spit out water as he gulped for air. What is this? Why are there traps on this path? Right. Ads by Pub Future. At that time, a sneering voice came from above them. One thing. The disciple of the ghost clan who had jumped forward spoke, with a smile on his face. Besides this one, there are many other traps around here, so be careful. Even as he said this, Joe Gul's eyes were filled with angry. No, who is this brat? This is a gift. Thud. The disciple above them shook the ground with a stomp. What happened when someone stomped on unsteady ground? No. Rumble. The walls of the pit, which looked dangerous, were not caving in. A large amount of land and mud fell down on them, again. The two of them, angry, opened their mouths with anger. Why you fucking brat? Ack. Rumble. The area around the pit collapsed, and soon the area where Joe Gul and Yoon Jong were standing filled in with mud and dirt. The disciple who looked at them grinned. I have no ill feelings towards you, but if we lose, we will end up looking bad. Pat. Saying that he continued forward. After a while, out of the mud-covered pit, a hand popped out. After fumbling left and right a couple of times, the hand moved to push the dirt aside. Ache. Yoon Jong and Joe Gul, drenched in water and mud, became mudmen as they crawled out of the pit. Spit. Spit. Act. Gul, do not eat the mud. With a face covered in mud, Joe Gul said, Sehyang. Let's kill those bastards. It was no different from Yoon Jong either. This time, I agree. The two looked at each other, and as if a promise was made, they began to run after the disciple. I will kill him. You are dead if I catch you. If Hyun Jong had been there to hear this, he would have covered his ears right there and fainted from the pain of hearing his disciples say such violent curses. But he was not, and the two just ran ahead. Ha ha. At the same time, Tang So-so was running forward, sweating a lot. Even though she was out of breath, she glanced to her side. Sego. No. Please, leave first. No. Right next to her was Yu Yisel, who was running with sharp eyes. I cannot do this anymore. You can. Even if she was the daughter of the Tang family, her stamina was solid, and her internal chi was second to none, but not so much when compared to the other Mount Hua disciples. Her skills can be compared to Mount Hua's 5 swords. So how could she run at the same speed as them? The problem was that Yu Yisel wasn't a person who shared similar thoughts. She thought that if she ran normally, the others would win for her, so she stuck next to Tang So-so. In the end, as Tang So-so tried to run at Yu Yisel's speed, she began to lose her breath. I am dying. It is fine, you can do it. I am not okay, I really am not. How are you alright? Exclamation mark. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. Tang So-so had a look of resentment now. Just then, Yu Yisel glanced forward and frowned. She noticed that 2 disciples from the Ghost Clan were running in front of them. Did we catch up? No, that couldn't be. So, did that mean the other party slowed down? However, the person in front of them glanced back, and they had a faint smile, which made Yu Yisel frown. Be careful. And her guess wasn't wrong, the Ghost Clan disciples in front of them kicked the trees surrounding them. Thud. The powerful kick shook the tree, and Yu Yisel shouted. So-so. Yes. She pulled Tang So-so firmly, and at the same time, she pulled her sword out. Swish. Something fell out of the tree that had been kicked. A bamboo spear. To be precise, it would have been better to call it a bamboo stick rather than a spear. It wasn't thrown particularly hard and had not been sharpened at the end. However, to those running with strong momentum, this stick was threatening. Tat. A short shout from Yu Yisel's mouth. Her swing cut through the air and sliced down the bamboo sticks which were raining down. Such insignificant things. Pang. But just then, a loud voice rang out, and this time a large ball was thrown at the 2 of them. No use. Yu Yisel went to cut it with her sword, but at the same time, Tang So-so screamed. ACCK. No, Sego. What? Slash. Slash. The sword slashed, and the balls were cut in 2 at once, but then... Pung. Pung. The sliced balls caused an explosion, and as black smoke spread about. What is that? Yu Yisel's eyes widened. But by the time she realized it was too late. Iron net-like things came out of the smoke and fell on the 2. Chak. One layer and then two. The nets fell onto the two Mount Hua disciples. Kayak. At a novel burn at. Eventually, their feet were tangled up, and the two of them rolled down the hill. Ack. Ack. My waist. Ack. Thud. Thud. The two curled into balls and bounced again and again on the ground. And only when they fell onto a flat patch of ground did they stop. Ugh. I die. Their hands trembled as they pushed off the net. Thud. After barely taking it off, Tang So-So collapsed to the floor with a groan of pain. I those bastard. She gritted her teeth and sighed while Yu Yisale took the net off herself and said, So-So. Yes. Tang So-So flinched as she looked at her. The string which had once tied her hair back had been torn in half, and she pulled it out. Black hair flowed down like a ghost's would. A sight that would cause anyone's heart to drop. Yu Yisale exhaled and mumbled. I am going first. Do not kill. I will think about it. With those devil-like eyes, she gripped her sword and ran forward. Tang So-So was left alone in the back, and she worried for the disciples of the Ghost Clan. Chapter 424, Well, arrive late and you'll die, 4. Are they coming now? Hong Dae Kwang stretched his neck. He could feel several points of chi approaching him. And he was interested. Who will it be? Mount Hua. The Ghost Clan. He knew that Mount Hua was better in terms of martial arts, but the Ghost Clan had better footwork. All of the martial arts the Ghost Clan held were specialized in footwork. This made it so they had better control over their center of gravity, allowing them to move fast and light. So when footwork was the only topic of discussion, you wouldn't judge the side of Mount Hua. Even he, who was known in the Beggars' Union as someone with expert footwork, found it difficult to predict the outcome. But Mount Hua. If it were Mount Hua's 5 swords, they could not be. Just then. Pat. Something soared high from the top of a bush. You did well. Oh. The person who came out of the bush kicked the tree at the top of the mountain and turned back, beginning to run back down at the same speed. The Ghost Clan. He thought it would be Bak Chan or Yu Yisale, but surprisingly, it wasn't them. The way down is from there. I know. The man ran without looking back at Hong Dae Kwang, who was now very confused. Then Mount Hua. At that moment, several people began to come up. You did well. I will head back. In succession, 4 people reached the top, and they were all disciples from the Ghost Clan, making him feel shocked. How did this happen? What? No matter how fast they were, they couldn't be winning one-sidedly over Mount Hua. But then he could hear a scream, almost as if to answer him. Ah! I will kill him. Hey! The voices of several people came ringing in. He thought the forest was shaking from these shouts, but then the trees bent down as if they would break, and someone burst through. Back. Was that Bak Chan? A human dyed and odd color ran to the summit on all 4s. And Hong Dae Kwang, who saw their angry eyes, hesitated. It is him. But what was with the mud all over his body? Ah, be Bak Chan disciple. How did? Bak Chan didn't even have time to answer as he kicked through the air and touched the tree, almost breaking it, before running back down. One after another, the disciples of Mount Hua popped out. What is with them? At least one of them being covered in mud could be understood, but Zhou Gul and Yun Zhong were now humans made of clay. And with each step they took, soil and mud would fall down. Looking at this bizarre scene, Hong Dae Kwang wondered what this was. Ah! I will kill him. For sure. The two of them ran with beast-like eyes. And then there was silence. Hong Dae Kwang frowned. Wasn't this a simple race? Then next. Swish. Before he could think of anything, something dark came from the forest. Yu Yisale. She was emanating ghost chi from her hawk-like eyes, and she moved down quickly by kicking the tree. Hong Dae Kwang felt a chill run down his spine for no reason. Just what happened? It had to be a coincidence that all of Mount Hua's races were like this. Sasuk. Yun Zhong and Zhou Gul, who had caught up, called for Bak Chan. I will kill them. But Bak Chan didn't even pay attention to them and ran faster, his gaze fixed forward. And an eerie voice rang out. Faster. Ads by Pub Future. Oh my. You shocked me. Jogul looked shocked, and there was Yu Yisale with her cold face, who had already caught up to them. Bak Chon gritted his teeth and said, "Catch them. I will catch him. I am not losing to him. Yes. Let's kill them." Oh. The disciples of Mount Hua began to speed up. Quack. As the four men were racing with all their might, a huge shock happened behind them. More. Move faster. Use your strength. At the cry of Bak Chon, the other disciples moved. Those bastards. Catch them. The words of a Taoist should never be shouted out. And contrary to their faces, their speed also increased. They proved, with their entire body, that they would not back down at all. I see them. Got it. Their eyes were glistening with madness as they caught up to the Ghost Clan disciples. Ha! So stubborn. Axo smiled at them. Now, they were no longer competing with footwork anymore. It was only about who reached the finish first. Footwork was just a way to reach their goals faster. Either way, they just had to finish first. Perhaps Mount Hua also realized this. When we arrive, I will give them a good drink and an apology. At that moment, the Ghost Clan disciple in the back glanced back, sensing an eerie aura behind them. Seeing what was behind them, he screamed in fright. S.A. Sehyung. The people from Mount Hua are gaining. What? Already? Axo looked back in shock, and yes, the disciples of Mount Hua were behind them, running like beasts. Speed up more. More. We are at our limit. Damn it. What kind of Taoist is this fast? Unfortunately, even now, Axo was missing one thing. The fact that Mount Hua's disciples weren't just Taoists. Gul. Gra. Bak Chon and Yoon Jong each reached out one hand and grabbed Jogul by the shoulder. Bite down. Go. The two of them threw Jogul at the same time and screamed. There is no rule against fighting. Bite them. Jogul, in his madness and surrounded by dried mud, drew his sword. Yeah, you fucking bastards. Yuke. Avoid him. The disciples of the Ghost Clan who saw this scattered. So slow. But they couldn't escape. Jogul's sword hit the thigh of one of the fleeing disciples. Ack. The disciple rolled on the ground as he collapsed, and Jogul lightly landed on the ground. Thud. But Jogul jumped up again, almost as if he didn't feel pain, and shouted. I will take care of this bastard. Keep going. Quickly deal with them. Hey. As the other four shot forward, the fallen disciple of the Ghost Clan was shocked. How dare they? But Jogul blocked his path, and a mischievous smile formed on his lips. Play with us. Avoid. You must want to. You must want to get away. Jogul smiled at him and raised his sword. At the very least, shouldn't I take you down with me? Ads by Pub Future. Let's see. Jogul glanced and rushed at the Ghost Clan disciple who had been left behind. The distance. A little further. Damn it. Axo gritted his teeth. He was running forward until his feet hurt, but the distance to the finish wasn't closing in fast enough. And the distance behind them was only getting smaller. Is our footwork falling behind? That was impossible. The Ghost Clan specialized in martial arts footwork, so they could not lose here. This was a matter of pride for them. They could not lose to a Taoist sect. Ju Pyong. Yes, Sehyung. Nice. Stretch out and hold them down by their ankles. Yes. Ju Pyong turned around and charged for the disciples of Mount Hua. He pulled things out of his sleeve, and now in his hand were small round rings. Take this. The rings scattered through the air, at a novel but at. Pung. They exploded with a roar, and in an instant, a hazy smokescreen filled the path. Now let's attack those who jump out. Just then. Without hesitation, a black shadow rushed at Ju Pyong, with no fear of this smokescreen. Ah! Puig. Yu Yiseal's fist moved in without hesitation, aiming straight at his face. Kuig. Tongue. Tongue. Ju Pyong, who was instantly bounced back, continued to roll back, and Yu Yiseal lifted herself up like a hawk looking at its prey. She had no intention of stopping there and descended on him. Thud. She climbed on top of Ju Pyong and ground her teeth. You are the guy, right? Miss. I am. Puig. Before he could answer, Yu Yiseal's fist turned towards Ju Pyong's chin. Every time she slammed him, sounds rang out. I am going first. How dare you go? Bak Chon and Yoon Jong passed by her side and ran forward. Miss. Help hack. Spare me. Please. The aforementioned miss, however, had no expression of mercy on her face. ACKKK. Those fucking leeches. Screamed Axo. No, aren't they Taoists? He didn't know about the other sects, but shouldn't a Taoist sect be a dignified one? Even if they did something, shouldn't they just be running forward? But these disciples of Mount Hua were nothing like that. They were like wild boars who kept recklessly charging forward. Trap. Didn't work. When arrows rained down, they would bounce off their swords, and if the ground collapsed, they would run up without delay. And when the wooden sticks came, they would just grab them with their teeth. It cannot be helped. Run. Footwork is going to decide this. Yes. The Ghost Clan disciples gnashed their teeth and began to run with all their might. Quark. They, too, were proud people. And with their footwork being second to none, they decided to run forward without caring about their opponents. But... they aren't losing to us, Se-hyung. No, what is with them? Akso's eyes twitched. I cannot lose. This was the path they used for training. It was different each time, but he knew half the traps and was familiar with the areas where he had to be careful. And he would still lose. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Akso pulled up all the chi from his dantan and pushed it all into his legs. As soon as it reached his legs, he shot forward. His body leaped forward, leaving the others behind. Go, Se-hyung. Be sure to win. As if they instinctively knew what they were supposed to do, his sages began to slow down and look for the Mount-hua disciples. You cannot go. Hold him down. Akso closed his eyes at the sound coming from behind him. I will not forget your sacrifice. But at that moment... No. These bastards are pretending to be righteous after acting all shitty. I am going to rip your jaw off. Actually, that was right. True. The screams of his sages could be heard following the sounds of punching. But Akso ran without looking back. More. His legs were getting weaker. His lungs were running out of breath. I see it. At last, he saw the Ghost Clan in the distance. If he could see it, then with a little more patience, he could win this. And then... Then, a dark voice came from right behind him. Unknowingly, Akso looked back and saw a face covered in mud. A smiling face that was bizarre. Hey, have you heard of the rules? That was what I said earlier. Unfortunately, white cracks formed on the muddy face, and Bak Cheon's white teeth could be seen through these cracks. I don't remember them saying there was no fighting either. Akso was frightened, his strength draining, but he continued to run. Little more. Just a little more. It felt like the scenery beside him was stretching out, that was how fast he was moving. His heart felt like it would explode, but Akso didn't stop. Instead, his speed gradually increased. Try catching me, you bastard. Sword or not, running was a different story. And no matter how much they run, they cannot catch me. Fat. The sound of the ground being kicked for speed was strong. Realizing that this was the fastest run in his life, he gritted his teeth. The mountains were passing, he was jumping across the sticks. He felt pleasure for the first time. And the main gate of his clan began to appear clearer. 20. 10. 3. Akso, who wasn't careful till the end, gathered all the leftover strength and kicked the ground. He stretched out his legs to have the flexibility to move swiftly and shot forward. I won. Tack. Akso tilted his head for a moment. What? His legs were still floating through the air, they hadn't touched the ground. So, why did his body stop? Why? Akso turned his head and saw a man next to him. The man had grabbed him by the neck and had just winked at him. Akso's eyes watched him. The man was covered in mud. You. Chak. Akso's body was thrown straight into the mud. Mud and water splashed around. His legs twitched. Looking down at him, Bak Cheon smiled. There is no such thing in the rules, don't get me wrong. Turning his head lightly, he walked to the Ghost Clan gate with a refreshed face, as if the world had no evil. A very small, petty moment of victory he grabbed. Chapter 425, well, arrive late and you'll die, 5. This. Oh Jang Song blinked his eyes several times. However, the reality unfolding in front of his eyes didn't change. They lost. Could that happen? This was a match they should have lost. He wouldn't be confident if it came to a fight, but if they were competing with speed, then his disciples should have won. And they had even raced on the route they usually trained on. Yet, Mount-hua's disciples defeated them. How can this? The disciples of Mount-hua, who had arrived before his, were now dragging the disciples of the Ghost Clan by their legs and arms. Seeing his disciples fainted or unconscious, he closed his eyes. Thud. Thud. The fainted disciples were thrown forward, and Oh Jang Song gulped. What took you so long? When Chung Yang asked with a smile, Bak Chon yelled at him. Are you really saying that? Did you just say that? Ha! I will kill him. I will. I will cut his neck. Seriously. With Bak Chon in the lead, the disciples of Mount Hua rushed to Chung Yang. But this time the results weren't so different. After kicking Bak Chon away, Chung Yang clicked his tongue and approached Oh Jang Song. We won. When Oh Jang Song hesitated without answering, Chung Yang smiled. Why? You have a problem with this. Oh Jang Song hesitated to open his mouth before shutting it again. Looking at the faces of Mount Hua's disciples, he knew what had happened. But now, his disciples were the ones in the mud. No. So we won. Where is the one who should declare it? I am asking if we won. Ugh. Yes. He. Right. Chung Yang smiled and nodded his head, while Oh Jang Song's face became red. He had lived a good life, and he had experienced all sorts of things, but this was the first time in his life someone who looked so naive could sneer at him. You don't need me to say it again, right? I will take this as you cooperating in the future. Ugh. Oh Jang Song sighed. I get it. I cannot say two words with one mouth. Yes, from now on, you will follow the words of young leader. Isn't that obvious? Don't just spout it, say it properly. Ah, fine. Oh Jang Song shouted and sighed. Chung Yang exchanged glances with Duan Chan and smiled. That young disciple. Duan Chan smiled. He wondered why this disciple wanted to take that bet and increase Mount Hua's work. Actually, he thought that since Chung Yang was a young disciple, his rights were limited. If he had been treated as a head or an elder, then Duan Chan's own elder wouldn't have spoken up and would have kept silent. But right now, being a young leader of his clan, Duan Chan didn't have the experience or age, so he could only depend on Oh Jang Song. In the meantime, since Elder O had lost his match against Chung Yang, it was clear that he wouldn't act like before. Above all, the results of this match were observed by all the disciples of the Ghost Clan. Ads by Pub Future. Thank God. He thanked Chung Yang. And Chung Yang, who noticed this, also looked at him. And seeing that, Duan Chan nodded his head and stepped forward. This fight. He spoke with a firm voice, bringing everyone's attention to him. Mount Hua won. There were no cheers. Because the truth can be accepted. But this doesn't mean the Ghost Clan has lost. The Ghost Clan has chosen to be friends with Mount Hua. And there is no such thing as winner or loser between friends. He spoke with confidence. Bring us alcohol. We will hold a banquet, and this place will be where the Ghost Clan welcomes Mount Hua as its friend. Yes, young leader. Finally, a loud answer broke out. Duan Chan smiled and turned to Chung Yang. This might be a bit early, but young disciple, how about a drink? Why bother with the time? Of course. Before that. But before he could answer, someone shouted. Ah! Duan can turn to see Bak Chon, Yun Jong, Jogul, and Yu Yisel with Tang Soso, who had returned. And Yun Jong said, let us at least wash first. Duan Chan felt a little sad for them. They washed up, and Bak Chon was throwing glares to the other side. Axo was sitting across from him and was glaring back the same way. The disciples from Mount Hua and the Ghost Clan, who took part in today's match, glared at each other without paying any attention to the banquet. Thanks to this, even the other disciple who should have been enjoying the banquet couldn't even talk or enjoy it. After staring at Bak Chon for a long time, Axo finally spoke. You don't think you won, right? Bak Chon responded with a calm face. I think I won. Axo's cheeks trembled. If we really came out strong with... we will win. In an instant, Axo's face turned red. No, what is with this guy? Fucking bastard. Loser. Smoocher. Loser. Not a Taoist. Loser. Ugh. Axo grabbed the back of his neck and began to get angry. Yeah. You are done. This time I am going to take you down. I won, so why are you bothering me? As Axo was losing it, the ones next to him stopped him. Calm down, Se-hyung. This banquet is held by young leader. There will be a lot of trouble if something goes wrong. Ugh. After hearing that, he finally looked at the Mount Hua disciples, unable to understand. Are you Taoists? Why? Is there a rule saying that Taoists must be beaten around? Be it a Taoist or not, walking into a fight, anyone can lose. Looking at Bak Chon, who was confidently spewing these nonsense words, Axo laughed like this was ridiculous. Ads by Pub Future. They are really Taoists. This guy, that one too, not a single thing said they were a Taoist. Axo frowned. I acknowledge that you won. But do not even think about ignoring the Ghost Clan. We are the kind of persons who rage when we meet people from prestigious sects. Same here. Axo tilted his head at Bak Chion's words. Aren't you from a prestigious sect? Prestigious sect. Bak Chan chuckled. Have you ever heard of Mount Hua before a few years ago? Wait. Bak Chan looked around. What you have is good enough to live. In the past, Mount Hua couldn't even dream about this. At that, Yoon Jong and Jo Gul nodded their heads. They have a tub in their bathroom. And rice. Hearing this, Akso couldn't hold back his shock. What? Were they beggars? Anyway. Bak Chan waved his hand and said, whether you swear at us or not, that is up to you. But don't think we had such a good place to grow up in, as you did. And your words just don't sit well with us. Mount Hua's disciples nodded, and only Tang Soso didn't get involved. And Bak Chan grabbed the bottle of alcohol in front of him. And we will have to work side by side with the Ghost Clan in the future, so let's clear out these old feelings. He pushed the bottle forward, and Akso sighed. He wasn't an idiot to not know what this meant. So he finally held out his cup. Pour. Bak Chan poured the alcohol until it filled Akso's glass to the rim. Putting down his cup, Akso took the bottle and poured it for Bak Chan. I didn't like you right away. Same here. Akso and Bak Cheon's gazes were filled with sparks. But let's try getting along. Okay. Chang. The two glasses collided. Tang Soso, who was watching this, sighed. They aren't kids, what is this? The Yuna merchants will explain the details. I understand. Chung Yang, Duan Chan, and Oh Jang Song sat facing each other. It will not be very difficult. And again, this is beneficial for the Ghost Clan. Duan Chan nodded. Oh Jang Song had an awkward expression but didn't oppose it. And young disciple. Chung Yang was cut off politely by Duan Chan. We have nothing to worry about. Didn't we decide to side with Mount Hua? Even if we cannot make a lot of money from this, it doesn't matter. I have definitely felt this. By following our old way, the Ghost Clan cannot grow. We want to see more distant things with Mount Hua. Chung Yang blinked his eyes as he smiled. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Fine. Duan Chan's eyes were serious. We will make sure to do our job. So do not forget your promise of Mount Hua guiding the Ghost Clan. Do not worry. I will guarantee it. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. This is how it starts. Martial clans weren't necessarily a place made in the mountains or within families. In the past, Mount Hua had expanded its influence by connecting with not just families but with small and medium clans too. Of course, this was a small start, but if this process was repeated, then they were sure to regain their former renown. Duan Chan continued with a small smile. And yes. Tomorrow, I will be officially inaugurated as the leader of the Ghost Clan. Basically, not just the disciples but other people will be invited to this event. Yes. So I would be grateful if the people from Mount Hua could stay. You don't have to make yourself seem so grateful. We will be there. Thank you. Duan Chan smiled. It was still unknown if the decision to side with Mount Hua was solely for profit or not, but the situation was clear that this was a chance that the Ghost Clan would never have. Chung Yang looked at the elder. Elder. Ugh. He sighed and said, I have no intention of being bad to a possible good start. I will do my best when needed in this matter. And since it has been decided, this means the honor of the Ghost Clan is at stake. Good thinking. But one thing. Oh Jang Song spoke with enthusiasm. I heard from young leader that young disciple is the one who trains Mount Hua's disciples, is that true? Well, yes. Ha. Oh Jang Song shook his head like he couldn't believe this. A Chung disciple was teaching the older ones. Even if he was called Mount Hua's divine dragon and the best in the world, this still felt too odd. Is this how Mount Hua has made its name in recent years? By not being bound by the laws of the past. It wouldn't be enough just to say it again, and again it wouldn't be easy to put into practice either. If those words are true, there is one thing I want from young disciple. Please. Tell us how to make our disciples stronger. He bowed deeply in front of Chung Yang, which was a bit shocking. Why are you being like this? I have acted out of anger. But please know that it was for my disciples. And if you help us now, we will not hesitate to return this favor to Mount Hua. Chung Yang was impressed. Actually bowing one's head to someone as young as Chung Yang wasn't an easy thing. Even if he was angry before, his actions now said the man truly worked for the sake of the Ghost Clan. I understand, so raise your head. This is no big thing. Not a big thing. Oh Jang Song was frowning. But what was this smile that Chung Yang had? At a novel but at that. Well, they can train like how Mount Hua trains, but... Flinch. Duan Chan and Yi Hyang shuddered. Numerous scenes from their Mount Hua visit passed through their eyes. Since the Ghost Clan has to work, but also has to train, the method will be a little different. So how do we? That day. While the disciples of the Ghost Clan and Mount-hua were building their friendship with drinks, Chang Yang was discussing how to handle the disciples of the Ghost Clan. The fact that the elder's best disciple was getting to see the other's future misfortunes was not known. So unfortunate. Chapter 426, What are Friends For? 1. Then rest. Eat a lot and rest well. The young leader of the Ghost Clan, Dan Chan, now the clan leader of the Ghost Clan, smiled and held the hands of Chang Yang. Young disciple, thank you so much. It was nothing. Chang Yang looked around and whispered so only Duan Chan could hear him. I will do what you asked. You mean about the 10,000 people clan? Yes. Then rest. Eat a lot and rest well. The young leader of the Ghost Clan, Dan Chan, now the clan leader of the Ghost Clan, smiled and held the hands of Chang Yang. Young disciple, thank you so much. It was nothing. Chang Yang looked around and whispered so only Duan Chan could hear him. I will do what you asked. You mean about the 10,000 people clan? Yes. Dan Chan nodded. Do not worry. If they show any suspicious movements, I will report to Mount-hua right away. I will not ask anything more if you can do that. But is there any reason for us to do it? The Beggars' Union. Ah, that. Chang Yang glanced at Hong Dae-kwang. What should I say? Well, like I don't believe it. Hong Dae-kwang shouted from a distance, knowing that he was being talked about. Ah. What did you say, Mount-hua's divine dragon? Nothing. Nothing. It is nothing. Hong Dae-kwang tilted his head, and Chang Yang waved his hand. Duan Chan smiled bitterly. Anyway, I get it. Actually, it wasn't that Chang Yang didn't believe in Hong Dae-kwang. He didn't believe in the Beggars' Union. And to put it more precisely, this fear was born from an overall mistrust of anyone from within the 9 great sects. Now that the sects were clearly divided on both teachings and beliefs, the rising Mount-hua was now a concern for all. Didn't Mount-hua clearly see how people of the Justice faction had also betrayed the teachings? Chang Yang wasn't so stupid to let the same thing happen again. At least he had no intention of putting all his trust into Hong Dae-kwang, at least not until he had risen to a position no one could ignore. And the Ghost Clan is in Guizhou, which is close to Guangxi. There was no better clan suited for keeping an eye on them. If you have any other problems, please feel free to contact Mount-hua. Of course. While Chang Yang and Duan Chan were talking, the other disciples from Mount-hua and the Ghost Clan were bidding farewell to each other. Bye. Travel safely. Axo and Bak Chan looked at each other and... Do not go to a place where you will be hit. Next time we meet, run a little faster. You are slow. The two, who had been growling at each other, turned away. Then let's meet next time. Head back safely, you Mount-hua people. Chang Yang shook his head and smiled, then turned to Bak Chan. Before he knew it, Chang Yang had brought out their iron balls. You need to put them on. Ugh. Bak Chan and the other disciples sighed and put the lumps of metal on their limbs. Then, Chang Yang's eyes turned elsewhere. Mr. Beggar. Do not think about slipping away and put it on. Damned bastard. Hong Dae-kwang clicked his tongue and put the balls on his wrist and ankles. Now drag it. At those words, everyone clung to the cart. Let's go. Ugh. Ugh. The heavy cart began to slowly move forward, and Axo, who was standing there, frowned. That skinny bastard. The Sazay to his side mumbled. That Bak Chan guy, didn't he look stubborn? To win in the end. Before he could finish, the Ghost Clan disciples complained. Fucking pathetic. So stubborn. Ads by Pub Future. Are they Taoists? Exclamation mark. As their voices grew louder, Axo frowned. What was that? He sighed. That Bak Chan guy is. He. Who? Only then did the Ghost Clan disciples go silent and turn to Axo. Axo glared at them with cold eyes. Although I am proud of my skills, the Ghost Clan isn't yet a great clan that can be compared with Mount-hua. And Bak Chan is a rising warrior who already has a title. If we had met in the outside world instead of here, I wouldn't have dared to even talk with him. That is right. And Bak Chan knows best. If he had thought of himself as a prestigious sect's disciple, he wouldn't have even bothered talking to us. At those words, his Sajays nodded. Actually, wasn't this something everyone knew? But, how is he? He looks at us, grits his teeth, curses at us, and even gets angry with us. Do you know what that means? Bad character. Ah. That is true. That is true, but... Axo cleared his throat before responding. He didn't think that we were inferior to him. Wasn't he fighting like he really meant it? Ah. Sure, their methods are rough and irritating to counter, but right. He didn't look down on us. And what are we if we curse that? At Axo's words, the disciples of the Ghost Clan lowered their heads. Do not curse those who reveal their true intentions without knowing this. They are 100 times better than those who hide their true feelings and pretend to be nice. I understand, Sehyung. I apologize. Duan Chan, who was quietly listening to Axo, smiled. Axo saw them properly. Of course, they were bizarre and radical, but he had seen the right things within them. Now the Ghost Clan will change. Duan Chan never believed that they would harm the Ghost Clan. He smiled and looked at the receding backs of the Mount Hua disciples for a long time. Take care, disciple. You. Phew. The cart continued to creak as it was pulled toward the west. Chang Yang poked his head out and mumbled. Isn't our speed slow? What, you bastard? So what? Then you drag this too. As their words poured in like knives, Chang Yang went back to staying silent. My Sehyungs are all too extreme now. Ah. Hey Yun. Come to think of it, it looked like he was also cursing. After realizing that their patience had hit the limit, he smiled. Well, since everyone seems to be having a hard time, I will give you a chance. What is that? Exclamation mark. What else are you going to harass us with? I won't listen. Get lost. Chang Yang shrugged. It is a good one, though. I don't want to listen. It should be a bit better than what you think. So, if you can go all the way to the Tang family without stopping, I will not bother you on the way back to Mount Hua. What? Bak Chon, who had been staring straight forward the whole time, turned around. For real? Do I ever lie? No, this time, it is for real. Ads by Pub Future. Thinking of the obvious answer to the question, Chang Yang changed his wording. What is wrong with him? We can come back safely. Eat rice and stew. Do we get to sleep in an inn instead of on the grass? Amitabha. No sleeping on the grass because I eat grass, and they're similar. Monk. You went through all that. At the reaction of the shocked Mount Hua disciples, Hei Yun's eyes were clouded with tears. There is no other Mara. See there, the Mara. Everyone was frightened, but Chang Yang was calm. Yes. Because we should head back comfortably, I will sell this cart too. All the disciples from Mount Hua looked shocked. Actually, when they thought about it, it felt too obvious. Isn't this the spirit of Kango? Walking down the road, enjoying the taste of food. But the disciples from Mount Hua had never gotten to enjoy that. If you change the deal in any way later, I will skin you alive. I want to know too. Are you really doing this? Exclamation mark. Right, what is with all these doubts you have? Chang Yang smiled. Instead, we continuously marched the Tang family. You get that? No rest at night. Everyone's eyes turned. Let's us go right now, Sasuk. Right. Right. Let's go somewhere and then drink. Bak Chon grabbed the rod connected to the cart. We now go to the Sichuan Tang family without stopping. Oh. At a novel burn at. Run. Amitabha. Golden light shone from the eyes of Hei Yun. I will speed up, hold on tight. Let's go, monk. Let's go, fallen man. What? What was that, you bastard? In the midst of the chaos, Hei Yun summoned more chi to help him run. Ah. We rest only after reaching our destination. Movie. Hong Dae Kwang smiled. Shit, fucking shit. The cart moved, and the wind cut across. Straight to Sichuan. The Sichuan Tang family. The ruler of Chengdu, the ruler of Sichuan Tang, the Tang family was strong because of their knowledge of martial arts and their ability to deal with poison. Yet, they were usually forced to remain quiet. However, Sichuan Tang was now noisy. Oh my. Here it is. Here are 20 bottles of Sichuan liquor. Wuliang liquor. People clung to a wooden cart that had entered the Tang family and were moving alcohol bottles. What is this? Exclamation mark. I must have told you to bring 30 of them. Oh my god. So many precious things at once. Now the others are coming, please wait. Hurry. Do you understand? Yes. Why would we neglect your words? It wasn't just alcohol. Countless carts came through the wide gates. The Tang family's kitchen was busy preparing different foods. Is everything going well? Of course it is, General. Do not worry. Despite the trustworthy reply, the so-called general frowned, looking around. It isn't that I don't believe you, but the head is very concerned about this. If there is a problem, it won't end with just him swearing. Do you know what I mean? We do. The man broke into a sweat and nodded his head. This is a place where precious guests are coming. Make sure to do your best. Yes. The general looked at the kitchen and went out. The place he was heading to was where the Lord stayed. Lord. It is the general. Come in. The general carefully opened the door and entered, seeing Tang Gunak sitting on the topmost seat with Tang Pai and Tang's arm. The preparations are almost complete. There is no need to make such a fuss over it. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Isn't this what he ordered? When Tang Sang-soo didn't answer back, Tang Pai cleared his throat and, realizing that it was a signal, he lowered his head. Still, guests are coming, shouldn't we be careful? Please understand our concerns. Yes, right. Tang Sang-soo stepped back. And Tang Gunak looked as calm as he could, but when Mount-Hua's name came out, it felt like too much to handle. It wasn't like they couldn't understand, the head's only daughter, who had gone there, was coming back. Anyway. Yes, Lord. Tang Gunak shouted, and both his sons bowed their heads. Although they are close friends, Kango is a place where the strong prove their worth. Do not act shamelessly in front of the disciples of Mount-Hua. I will keep that in mind. And no matter how good Mount-Hua is right now, we, the Tang family, cannot be far behind Mount-Hua. Act with confidence. Yes. And. Lord. Mount-Hua people are coming. Bang. Tang Gunak, who had been stuck in place, got up. And the two brothers looked to the half-broken door and sighed. Make sure to follow his words. Tang Pai clicked his tongue at Tang Zan's mumble. TCH. You didn't understand what father said. Ah. Didn't he tell us to protect things? It was only for you. Ah. He still couldn't understand. It is the Tang family. Damn it. Tang family. Now, wait a moment. Sasuk. My house is there. My. Shut up. Go there later. Mount-Hua's disciples ignored the cries of Joe Gul and rushed toward the Tang family. Get out. Move out of my way. Someone wash the head of Monk Hae-yun. It doesn't seem like light is hitting him properly. It has to be shiny for people to avoid it. No, I kept asking what this is. Just where did you sell your character? Grr. The cart that rushed for the Tang family moved faster than one drawn by horses whose tails were on fire. The eyes of the disciples shone with madness. Ah. Arrived. Ari. But the moment they were ready to push through the gate, the wheels, which were creaking and screaming, finally made a different noise. Ah. Ha. Hey. The Mount-Hua disciples jumped up as the cart began to sink to the ground. Thud. Thud. The Tang family members, who were lined up at the gate to welcome their guests, could only blankly stare at this. Tang Gunak's eyes trembled at the sight of the Mount-Hua disciples. And then. Jump. A person who had fallen forward jumped up. Ugh. Their nose was bleeding, their mouth wide from gasping, but they confidently walked forward with the momentum of a raging spear. Tang Gunak's eyes twitched at this. Thud. Standing in front of everything, they opened their arms wide and said, Father. So-so has returned. It was more dramatic and splendid than the term returned implied. Chapter 427, What Are Friends For? 2. The Sichuan Tang family room. Tang Gunak looked at Tang Soso with a slightly complicated expression. On the other hand, she was looking back at him with twinkling eyes. Tang Gunak closed his eyes. This isn't wrong. There really was nothing wrong with her. Tang Soso was now a confident disciple of Mount Hua and a full-time warrior. So, it could be said that her appearance was quite normal. However, to Tang Gunak, she was still his young daughter, someone who was once like a flower. Because of this, he couldn't help but feel unfamiliar with her current appearance. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen her since she had joined Mount Hua. And her hair was tied loosely. Compared to the clothes she wore when she was in the Tang family, she looked too comfortable in her current garb. And her healthy-looking tan skin. She seems fine. At a novel burn at that. Right. It is fine. Actually, who cares? My daughter is healthy. And he put on a happy smile looking at her. You had a lot of trouble coming here. No, father. Loudly replied Tang Soso. You can speak a little lower now. Yes. Tang Gunak was stunned and turned to Chang Myung, who was tilting his head. Why? This brat made a bandit out of someone else's daughter. No. It is whatever, she is healthy now. As his internal thoughts began to clash, Tang Gunak's lips trembled. The facts weren't organized yet. All right. It is good having you home after so long. Yes. I like it too. So. Please, at the very least, speak comfortably with your father. Please. Tang Gunak's shoulders dropped at this. But the shock he received was nothing compared to what Tang Pai experienced. So. You changed a lot. I feel the same. Right. If you say so, then it has to be true. He. Tang Pai glanced at his sister with an awkward face before averting his gaze. And in an even more awkward voice, he questioned Chang Myung. Is that possible, disciple Chang Myung? Yes. His lively answer only left Tang Pai more confused. In the past, he had once thrown daggers at this man during his fight with Tang Gunak. Because of that, he was no longer the leading successor candidate, and he was now fighting with Tang Zan for that position. Of course, there were no ill feelings towards this disciple. What he did was something no warrior should do, and even now, he felt regret and shame toward Chang Myung. But now, Tang Pai also admired him. So bold. Chang Myung accepted his greetings with a bright smile as if he didn't care. This is the difference between us. When they first met, Chang Myung was a disciple of Mount Hua. But now, his skills had made him a giant so tall that it could not be expressed with words. So Tang Pai had no choice but to be surprised at Chang Myung's response. Tang Pai's voice lowered, and he was now humble. Thank you. Ads by Pub Future. For what? For leaving my mistake. He paused for a moment and took a deep breath before he could speak. It was a time when I was being foolish. Please forgive me for not being able to apologize properly. But Chang Myung tilted his head like he didn't remember what Tang Pai was referring to. And just as Tang Pai began to doubt that it even happened, Bak Chon whispered in Chang Myung's ear. The one from before who stabbed you. What? He is that brat. As if he didn't know, Chang Myung opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Pai. Bak Chon sighed, covering his face. Come to think of it, Chang Myung had rarely seen Tang Pai. Back then, Chang Myung had only gotten a small peek at him before fainting from the stab wound. And after that, Tang Pai was grounded. No. You must want to die. How dare you show me your face? You put a sword in my back. Disciple. It can be left at that. Well. He. Let's forget about what happened in the past and get along in the future. The change in what words Chang Myung used made Tang Pai sweat. In another sense, he is scary. Scary in a different way. And Tang Gunak, who had been watching this, smiled. Is it really good that I formed an alliance with them? It seems a bit late to feel regretful. Tang Gunak cleared his throat. Well, you must have had a hard time coming here. Really right, it must have been troublesome. How hard was the journey if it were people who pulled the cart? It was Chang Myung who ordered this, but he couldn't understand the disciples who had followed along with this. Yes. I heard you were coming, but for what reason? Didn't you see? See what? The things in the cart. The tightly packed things. It was raining, so we had wrapped them up, so you didn't get to check it. The letter I received said that you would explain it. It is nothing. I want you to make some swords, and we brought the materials. Materials? Yes. Cold steel. What was that again, can I what? 10,000-year cold steel. Exclamation mark. Tang Gunak was shocked. Is that true? Is that what you brought? Yes. Hey, that isn't some metal you can just find by digging around, just where did you get so much of it? They were buried in Mount Hua. The life drained out of Tang Gunak's face. It took longer than expected for him to regain his sense. In the midst of that, a voice inside him said, "What were the ancestors of the Tang family doing?" Exclamation mark. Why did they settle down in a land that doesn't even give anything? Ads by Pub Future. See cold water, father. Ugh. Tang Gunak took the water Tang Zan had offered. First, I need to check things. Is it really what you say? Yes, let's go. As Tang Gunak quickly moved and left the hall, his family and the disciples from Mount Hua followed. The pace was close to a run, and Yun Jong asked back Chon. But Sasuk. Is cold steel that precious? No, I knew it was precious, but the reaction of the Lord. What can I know that you don't? Well, it seemed like it. Just then, Tang Gunak stopped walking and shook his head as he searched for General. 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 Yes, Lord. Sang Su freaked out and ran over. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear Tang Gunak shout. Usually, his lord never raised his voice. What is happening? Where is the cart that Mount Hua pulled in? The cart. Tang Sang Su replied calmly as if there was no need to make a fuss. The wheel broke, so I left it in front of the back workshop so it could be repaired. What's in there? With it. Move. Ack. After almost pushing him away, Tang Gunak ran forward with terrifying speed. Indeed, in front of him was the cart filled with precious metal. The things it held seemed clearly visible. So much. Ugh. Tang Gunak grabbed his chest like this was too shocking. This you fucking bastard. You knew what this was, and you still did it. Those who touch this will receive punishment. Eventually, he pulled out a needle from his sleeve and threw it at the disciples from Mount Hua. And no, what is with this madman all of a sudden? Chang Yang pulled out his sword seeing Tang Gunak's attitude and slashed the needle. Even in the midst of this, it was absurd how he didn't throw it in the direction of Soso. Tang Gunak was in a rage as he slowly took off the cloth covering the cart. Then, the metal cart full of metal fully revealed itself. At first, it seemed to be just cast aside scrap, making it difficult to determine the material by its appearance, but Tang Gunak knew what this was. Yuk. Yuk. Taking several deep breaths, he touched the metal. A cold chill ran down his fingers, and his eyes widened. Alright. This is it. It was one of the best metals. Tang Gunak hastily stripped the cloth off and looked at the steel with eyes filled with shock, surprise, and excitement. This much. Hee, right. Chang Yang quietly approached him, but Tang Gunak suddenly turned toward him, making Chang Yang flinch. What? Is it not? It has to be. Yeah, you. Tang Gunak grabbed Chang Yang and threw him. Do you know what kind of material this is? By weight, it is 100 times more expensive than gold. No, only 100. Truthfully, it would be worth a lot more than that. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. Chang Yang, who had flown away, landed and tilted his head. Is that so? I didn't think much about that. No, what are you even talking about? It had been 100 years since its price has skyrocketed. After the war with the demonic sect, this steel was all dried up. I guess so. Then I can understand. With this much, even if Mount Hua sells it all, there wouldn't be enough money to buy it all. And you only wrapped it in cloth and brought it. Is your head made of stone? No, that is just a lump of metal. At the sight of Chang Yang pouting, Tang Gunak turned around and staggered as he picked up the cart. Lump of metal. Just a lump of metal. If one of his family members, if someone from the Tang family had said this, Tang Gunak would have sewn their mouths shut. However, his opponent now was a swordsman who didn't know how precious this metal was. Let's not talk about it. Right. What would anger bring? This guy always acted like this. Phew, right, so why did you bring so much of this metal here? To make a sword. A sword? Yes, plum blossom swords. Tang Gunak's eyes twitched. Making swords out of all this. Making swords out of all this. Yes. His face, which had finally calmed down for a second, turned red again, but this time he quickly regained his composure. No, do not get too excited about this. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Chang Yang and asked, Are you planning to make a sacred weapon for a martial arts sect? No, just simple plum blossom swords. To give to my Sehyungs. Crazy. In the end, Tang Gunak, who couldn't stand it, finally uttered harsh words. What? He'd rather make a sword out of gold for that. No, if this sword is made, then you could buy a mansion with it. Since when has Mount Hua become such a wealthy sect? Hee. You don't seem to know. Chang Yang pushed his stomach out. I have a lot of money. Tang Gunak finally sat down. It seemed like he had shouted more today than all of his life combined. You're not in a proper state of mind. Of course, he knew this already. He knew Chang Yang was half mad. Can you make it? I brought this here because I thought you could make it. But, if you cannot, I will look elsewhere. Tang Gunak's head spun. After a while, he sorted out his thoughts and calmed down. Of course, we can make it. If it's the smelting technique of our family, it isn't that difficult to make swords from this. Oh. Then. Instead, there's a condition. Ah. Tang Gunak's eyes shone. Can you give me a bit of it? I won't ask for much, just a little. What are friends for? Ha ha ha. Tang Soso, who had been watching this, just quietly turned her head. Her father, whom she had always been proud of, was making her ashamed today. Chapter 428, What are Friends For? 3. Pour. Szechuan specialty was slowly poured into the glass, and a soft, comforting scent wafted through the room. The person holding the cup was calm and savored the smell of the tea. Would you like a glass? They spoke with a soft voice. However, the subtle heaviness behind the tone made one realize the identity of the speaker. But. Excuse me. Chang Yang, who had been watching the scene, spoke with a calm face. It won't change anything if you're just pretending to be calm. Tang Gunak put the teacup down and glanced around. The disciples of Mount Hua were all looking back at him with sullen faces. Even his daughter was pouting. Ahem. Tang Gunak coughed as if feeling embarrassed. I was excited. He was too excited. It was to the point where he wondered if he was going to lose his mind like this. Thinking he had to handle the situation, he spoke in a low voice. You might think something else, but... Yes. Tang Gunak recalled the kind of person Chang Yang was. Of course, it is true that I got excited, but that is only because the metal is very precious. Ah yes. Clearly, their reaction wasn't so great. And Tang Gunak smiled, looking at everyone. So, let's have a cup of tea. However, Chang Yang cut off his words. That is a good thing, so let's get into the topic. Can you make swords out of this metal? How could this Taoist have a calmer temper than the Tang family? But it was good that the topic had been changed. It is true that all the sources of cold steel have gone extinct, and the technique to handle it is also lost. However, fortunately, there is still a way to deal with it in our family. Yes. Then please make some swords with the metal. Tang Gunak frowned at his answer. But do you really want to make a sword? I will say it again, cold steel is now more valuable than gold, and to make a sword out of that precious metal. Chang Yang simply responded. It has to be that steel. It is not just any steel. Tang Gunak tried to dissuade him, but Chang Yang didn't care. I know what you mean, but money. There are other ways to earn money. And this is something we cannot get anywhere else. Right. Then it should be used to make swords. If you waste it somewhere else and can make it later, my stomach will burst with regret. Tang Gunak shook his head, knowing nothing would change. He is definitely not in a proper state of mind. But that was simply who Chang Yang was. Fine. If you say so, then it has to be made. Instead, pay the right price for it. What is the right price between friends? The more we deal with friends, the more certain the transactions have to be. Tang Gunak clenched and endured as if he couldn't back down now, and Chang Yang pursed his lips. How much will you charge? Money isn't necessary. Instead, some of the cold steel you brought. Ah, no. Give me some. You have so much. Does it make sense to show it and not give it? Hearing what he said, Chang Yang looked wide-eyed, like he didn't expect to hear this. Where will you spend it? You said I should just sell it. That is because you want a sword. Ads by Pub Future. Tang Gunak sighed. As you know, assassination is a flexible business. Right. The more advanced the turns, the thinner and finer the daggers and needles need to be, so they easily wear out with use. Once it is thrown, retrieving it is not easy. Yes. But because of that, we need higher grade steel to make it work. Do you get what I mean? Yes. That means that you want to make a weapon you can use all the time. Yes. Tang Gunak's eyes gleamed. He was not interested in riches, this was for a different matter. To the Szechuan Tang clan, a strong and clean assassin weapon was a priceless treasure. Improving the needle was the same as significantly increasing their skills. There are a few needle designs within the Tang family which cannot be produced unless cold steel composes its structure. Since it has become difficult to obtain even a little cold steel, we have tried to refrain from using more complex martial arts as much as possible. You want to use those arts again after making required weapons from cold steel? Yes. Chang Yang nodded his head, seemingly troubled. Is there anything that I am not seeing here? No. Well, nothing. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a troubled voice. In my head, if the Tang family becomes stronger, we can help Mount Hua. So, of course, I need to do this. Dread. Chang Yang smiled. But when I hear that this metal is much more precious than I originally thought, I would have given it if you didn't tell me how precious it was. Tang Gunak chuckled at his honest words. I went all the way to the 10,000 people clan to help. Why? Why? TCH. I cannot help it. People should NT be this kind, but since you are the lord of the Tang family, I will listen to you. Take a little bit of the metal and use it. Thank. Very little. I am at the point of crying. This was something to be thankful for, but making people so unappreciative was also a skill. Tang Gunak shook his head. Then let's not waste time. Let's go. Ah. Where? His lips curved into a faint smile. I should go meet someone who can handle this. Thank you. It had been a while, people of Mount Hua. Oh, my lady. You are looking so good. All throughout the Tang family, the people they encountered greeted them with a smile. At this hospitality, the disciples from Mount Hua smiled without knowing. So different from last time. Right. At the words of Yun Zhong, Bak Chon looked around with wide eyes. In fact, the eyes of the Tang family, who looked upon him, were filled with goodwill. In the past, the Tang family always looked kindly at their guests, but this was never conveyed through their expressions. Rather, it was more like the boundaries between the two parties were clearly drawn. A lot had changed. Because the Tang family no longer regards Mount Hua as an outsider. Tang Pai overheard their talk and explained with a smile. The people of Mount Hua might not realize it, but the Tang family never makes friends. Although we unite our family with others under different titles, that is only out of need. Right. But Mount Hua is different. The Tang family sincerely wants to have a mutually supportive relationship with Mount Hua. The family members also understand the intentions of our Lord. Ah. Bak Chon nodded his head at this. At that time, Tang Zan, who was on the side, whispered. Ads by Pub Future. And thanks to disciple Chang Yang taking down the elders, the Lord's powers have risen so much. And thanks to this, the family has managed to grow a lot. The lives of many people in the family have become comfortable. So everyone likes Mount Hua. Bak Chon thought for a moment. It seemed like most of the problems here were solved by beating people up. But where are we going now? To the forge. Looking at it, it seemed like the forges. Tang Zan chuckled. There is no way the Tang family has just one forge. There are dozens of them, and there are some that only the direct family uses. So many. The place we are going to now is the most important of them all, but useless at the same time. Ah. What is that supposed? You will realize when you see it. After passing through where the pavilions gathered, a well-decorated garden appeared, and as they passed through it, they saw an old structure. Put it down here. Yes. The disciples from Mount Hua that were carrying the cold steel put it down in the yard and followed Tang Gunak into the house that was to the side of the yard. It was an old thatched house that could collapse at any moment, and standing in front of it, Tang Gunak said, Great uncle, it is Gunak. Tang Gunak lowered his body, and the others also bowed right away. Great uncle. Despite several calls, there was no answer, and Tang Gunak carefully opened the door to the house. There, he saw a grey-haired old man lying in a small room. Chang Yang tilted his head. Looks dead. Speak properly. Speak properly, you brat. That mouth is really... Tang Gunak shook the old man lightly with a nervous face. Great uncle. Great uncle. But no matter how much he shook him, the old man didn't wake. Seeing this, Chang Yang said, See? H is dead. Shut up, you brat. Someone sew this bastard's mouth shut. The old man hadn't stirred before, but this time the noises from the Mount Hua disciples made him flinch. Ah. Great-grand-uncle. It is Gunak. Who is Gunak? Lord, great-uncle. Lord. You. Yes. Do you not remember? I came and greeted you 10 days ago. You are the Lord. Where is Myung? My father had been dead for over 10 years. Is that so? You are the Lord now. The face of Chung Myung, who listened to them, began to distort. In the end, he couldn't stand it. Excuse me. Yes, disciple. Who is this old man? He is the oldest of our current Tang family, Tang Zhou. In my family, we usually call him the Godly Hand Elder instead of his name. Godly Hand. Tang Pai nodded with a proud face. Yes. He is the best craftsman in the current Tang family. He is a person whose skills no one has escaped from. If such a person, who leads the martial arts side of the family to glory, is also the one who leads the Tang family forges, then you should realize. Ah. There is no greater craftsman than him in the current Kango. Even throughout the history of our family, people like him are rare. Ah. Good. All is good. Chung Yang mumbled, shaking the uneasy look from his face. And then the old man asked. Looking for more content? We may have what you want. Looking for more content? We may have what you want. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. But who are you? Tang Gunak, great uncle, Gunak. Chung Yang's cheek trembled. But he doesn't seem well, is he sick? Ah, it isn't that. Tang Pai scratched his head and said. Since he is old, his memory has been hazy. It is not usually like this, but today it is a bit harsh. His memory is not clear. A little, and a novel but not at. Now all of Chung Yang's face was trembling. Doesn't this mean he has become senile? No, it isn't to that extent. Chung Yang looked at Tang Zhou. So, what did the Lord have to get to find this old man? Oh. Tang Gunak bowed his head to Tang Zhou, who seemed fine now. Great uncle. There are things that require working with cold steel. I think the great uncle is the one who has to step in. Cold steel. Right, cold steel. Tang Zhou shook his head, brushing his white beard. Cold steel means I need to work cold steel him. Tang Zhou continued to mumble with a serious expression, so Tang Gunak asked. Is there some problem? That is what I mean. Great uncle. That. Tang Zhou tilted his head. Who are you? Where is Myung? Trumbull. Chung Myung had blood vessels popping on his face. No. Why did you bring us here to get the cold steel forged? Exclamation mark. And what, to have a senile old man do it? Why is it that Mount Hua and the Tang family can never get one thing done properly? In the end, Bak Chan had to step in and cover his screaming mouth, and he smiled to apologize. Ha 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 ha. I apologize. This brat has lost it all. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Just shut up, will you? The disciples from Mount Hua cursed at Chung Myung, who was full on yelling now. From what they could see, this old man was the greatest in the Tang family, but he was senile. Chung Myung shook their hands away and shouted. What, did I say something wrong? Shit, a craftsman, my ass. One should have a sane mind to work, he is senile now. Tang Zhou, who was looking around with unfocused eyes, turned to Chung Myung, and his body flinched suddenly. A strange light shone in the eyes of the old man. Ah! It was like he was shocked by something, and he made some sounds like he was seeing a ghost. Ah! Waha! Plum! Great uncle! Tang Gunak was a little puzzled by his actions, but then the old man pointed to Chung Myung with trembling hands and said, Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Ah! This man really was senile. How could he point to me and say, Ah, right. Yes, I am the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, right. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. What is this situation now? Chung Myung was shocked by this elder's words. He could feel his mouth go dry and cold sweat run down his spine. Chapter 429. What are friends for? 4. Plum Blossom Sword Saint. At those words, Bak Chan looked at the old man with a questioning look. No, what did that old man just? Who is he looking at and saying that? Chung Myung. Ah. Bak Chung Myung. But why is this guy breaking out into... But why is this guy breaking out into a cold sweat? This was nothing like the normal expressions Chang Yang would make. Wasn't Chang Yang the only human who could even perform a scam in front of the king of the underworld? What is this? Bak Chan looked back at Tang Zhou Pang with confused eyes. Plum blossom. Passion raged in the eyes of the old man who had seemed lost. Tears welled up in those wrinkled eyes. Sword Saint Elder. In the end, the old man who had been tearing up stopped and frowned. Ah. Maybe not. The atmosphere calmed down. Ha, ha ha. Ha ha ha. When Chang Yang let out an awkward chuckle, Tang Zhou Pang tilted his head. Am I right? Maybe not. Chang Yang flinched at his every word. Which tune should I be dancing to now? Dealing with someone whose mind wasn't in a proper state rendered Chang Yang unable to handle this. Once this elder's words started to make sense, he could try something. Plum blossom ha. Who was I talking about? Eventually, Tang Gunak, who was beside the elder, sighed and said, Great uncle. The plum blossom sword saint passed away 100 years ago. Is that so? At those words, the tears in the eyes of the old man dried up in an instant. Right, I see. No, well, that man didn't look this handsome. He wasn't a Taoist but looked like a con artist. No, who was he? Still, when you get to know him, he is a man of mystery. A strong and noble mystery. He. Right. His character was bad, no, completely bad, very bad. Chang Yang began to get angry. Well, the sword saint elder stroking my head seems like just yesterday, but many years have passed by. Tang Zhou Pang looked lonely as he mumbled this. Everyone felt a bit confused at the sudden sad look. Except for one person. Who is he? Chang Yang was deeply troubled and smiled. I really don't remember. What was this? How did this elder remember something that happened 100 years ago? Because of Tang Bo, Chang Yang was brought to the Tang family a couple of times for class, so he must have bumped into this kid a couple of times. Judging by the comment about stroking his head, he must have been a child. But to think that he had turned into a grey-haired man. Something hurts. So, who are you? Do not lose. Tang Gunak let out a low sigh and brought up the main topic. Great uncle. That doesn't matter right now. It looks like we'll have to make some swords out of cold steel. And I need you to make additional assassin weapons. It is good for a sword. Tang Zhou Pang blankly mumbled a reply. Soon, the old man's eyes, which had been blurred, started to shine. The Lord is asking an unreasonable favor of an old man who is dying. I know this is a difficult request, great uncle. I don't know how to do it, but I am anxious about leaving it in the hands of another. Of course, I appreciate their skills too, but how can they compete with my great-uncle's hands? Ads by Pub Future. At his sincere words, Tang Zhou Pang looked to the workshop behind him without a word. Cold steel. Yes. Tang Zhou Pang shook his head. I thought I would never have to hold another hammer in my life. Well, I'm a member of the family. If the head of the house requests it, I cannot help but listen to them. Thank you so much, great uncle. Tang Zhou Pang shook his head. But apart from the assassin weapons, what are you trying to make a sword for? It isn't like the Tang family has decided to learn sword techniques. The Tang family has formed a friendship with Mount Hua. The people who brought this iron are also from the Mount-Hua-sect, and they asked me for some swords. What? His calm, dull eyes began to spark up once again. Who are you giving the sword to? Mount Hua. You want to make a sword using the skills of the Tang family and give it to another sect. You want to make a sword using the skills of the Tang family and give it to another sect. Do those words even make any sense? The weapons made by the Tang family can only be used by the members of the Tang family. Only the Tang family. How dare you say something so blasphemous? Tang Zhou pointed at Gunak and shouted. Not until I lose my eyes. You can have assassin weapons but no swords. No. Great uncle. The Tang family has already made an alliance with Mount Hua. That doesn't concern me. Stop and go back. Tang Gunak sighed and stepped back. The old man was enraged, and the chi rising from him was too much. His great-nephew's stance regarding a foreign sect was too shocking. This is quite a bit of trouble. At that moment, Chang Yang sneaked up to him as if he was immersed in problems, and briefly gestured something, to which Tang Gunak bowed his head. Great uncle, for a moment. But, who are you? Tang Gunak looked at the old man with stern eyes, and after having Tang Pai attend to his great uncle, he moved outside. Following him, Chang Yang and the Mount Hua disciples talked. What just happened? It seems like my great uncle doesn't want to make the swords. At the obvious words from Tang Gunak, Chang Yang replied. It isn't that he doesn't want to make the swords, more like he doesn't have the brains to get it done. Still, his mind is clear at one point in a day. You say that now. The eyes of Chang Yang were enraged. He didn't know that Tang Gunak would bring him to a senile man who couldn't even understand the conversation. Then ask someone else to make it. It isn't like the old man is the only one here. But Tang Gunak shook his head. The metal you brought is not something that can be handled so easily. Moreover, it is a task that requires the highest level of skills to make and grind such a thin sword. Of course, as you said, others will be able to make a sword from the cold steel. But if we are going to use such a precious metal, shouldn't we make a sword of the greatest quality? Correct, right? We just have to convince him. If great uncle can be convinced. No, that makes no sense at all. How can you convince an old man who you cannot even communicate with? Exclamation mark. Looking at that old man, even Confucius would throw stones in anger at his communication skills. Aren't you a Taoist? I swear if Confucius saw this, he wouldn't leave the man alone. He wouldn't.